by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did I know it hurts, but something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did I know it hurts, but something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. I don't really know what comes next. I'm just doing my best, even though I'm so stressed out. Everything just feels like a test that I fail, so depressed when I can't seem to get out. But something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want. I'm inspired by thirst, I'm inspired by worth. I desire your worst, so you can just hide while I work. I ain't tired, you first. I'll write a second, third verse about the lies you go disperse. You never did shit, I know it hurts. Something deep inside won't let me quit. I swear that I'm inspired by all this shit. Tell me that I can and I won't. That's what guides me the most. Fuck your lies, I'll do what I want.
What is going on? Welcome back to the channel. It's your boy 8-Bit back at y'all with another one. So let's go ahead and without further ado, shall we?
I'm sorry, I couldn't get the binoculars out in time.
Look, well, let's not stand on ceremony, mate. Let's start the show.
So, got my guy Angelo over here. If you haven't been to his YouTube channel, go check it out. Oh, he started a new account on MFF. I started my account October 1st, 2021. I started my YouTube channel. Let me go ahead and get the music going too, and then kill this. Started my alliance 4 months. Max Outshop, happy to have 25% Pierce on cards. Hey, amazing work. And he did this a lot faster than me, but of course, your boy hasn't been as dedicated of late. But he has a fantastic deck. Yes, I've seen better. I've also seen worse. This guy is right on point with it. Quality 5 or better on most of his cards, with only one of them being quality 5. Everything else is 6. So that's actually amazing. Of course, it depends on the stats that you have rolled on the cards, but look at this progress. Just in terms of tier 4 alone, he's already got Doc Dome, Gladiator, Mephisto, Scarlet, Quicksilver, Cable, Jean, Thanos. I didn't even know he had Juggernaut. He does have Betsy's uniform, but I believe he's free to play, so he doesn't have her newest uniform. Bro, if you ever, like last summer, you should have picked this up, because really makes her a really good uniform, a really good character. But technically, you kind of don't need it, because Storm fills all of those roles that she was doing for you. So I get it. Even on the elemental side, you're still good. So yeah, Emma Frost with the seasonal uniform, I might add. So not completely free to play, of course. He does have a few seasonals in here. Groot, or the female seasonals, like Sharon down here. That's a paywall uni. So yeah, I got my boy Venom. And of course, my guy Hulk, who we'll be talking a lot about later. Yeah, and your boy finally finished Marvel Zombies, so you know we gotta talk about it. And it's been out long enough where I really don't have to worry about any spoilers, any of that sort of shit. So that is amazing. Then just to round out the list here, it looks like he has Invisible Woman, who I also don't have. He does have White Fox, but not in the Summer Lilac uniform. At this point, I would say kind of just hold off and see if they drop something else for her. He also has another character, like he's got a bunch in here that I don't have, you know what I mean? And we've got a few, like he has Kamala tier 4, that is amazing. Black Widow tier 4, you really should spring for the symbiotes outfit for her. And then same with Thor. I would really go ahead and spring for his newer outfit, as it is amazing. But yeah, he's definitely got more members of the Fantastic Four than I do, and a few others as well. Not that I have the most tier 4s in the world or anything like that. I see we both got Magic. I have Cable, he doesn't. But then I have Sentry and Null, and I don't see them as tier 4 part of his roster. It looks like he's working on them, but those are heavy duty investments. He also doesn't have Deadpool or Wolverine. or my guy Doc Strange here. I do. So that's kind of the difference. Then has his hands on a few CTPs, even a couple of. He can make him a Mighty Conquest, another one. Also, he can make himself a Mighty Judgment. So, players like this and players like free-to-play Olden Gray, they really show what you can do if you just stay down. 1800 Carbo here for 200, 150, 150. What is this, a shop or something? Oh no, this is his Alliance store. So that's actually dope. It's got the Alliance all built up. Your boy needs some help in my Alliance. So if anybody wants to join, I know I really don't be putting it out there very much and advertising it like I should because we're really not competitive like that. But your boy does need to get the Alliance 230. And it's kind of an alliance that I inherited from this other cat that used to do Future Fight content, and then he kind of quit and went on and did his own thing. So maybe I should change the name. I've been thinking about that of late. Of course, that's gonna cost crystals to do so. Let me go ahead and get on the Wi-Fi on my device so I can hold up. Let me do a couple things. All right. Yeah, I didn't think so. So let me turn off my cellular data. Change my focus. There we go. Figured out a few more connectivity tricks that I kind of didn't have under my belt before with this this app. And it works. So why not? Of course, right on time. Give me 1 second. One of the few people that can actually get through when I change the focus on my device. My brother there. But yeah. Let's crank that up. Let's make sure we good here. All right. So you see the title, you see the thumbnail, that's kind of become the moniker over here. Infinity Thanos. Wow. So let's start over. For those of you guys that were upset whenever whenever Endgame happened and Thanos beat the shit out of Hulk and all of this, and for those of us that know that would never be a thing, it kind of had pissed us off there for a little bit. We'll go ahead and do the auto stuff on ABX, and then we'll do the more multiverse invasion so we can talk about it a little bit. So, one, I really want them to create a situation where my guy Hulk gets his licks back, but that's beside the point. Two, Scarlet Witch is not that strong. That was a moment in time thing, like I keep telling everybody. You know, but they keep, according to the MCU, who doesn't read comics, which, granted, I'm not the deepest on that particular front, but I know enough to know to respect the source material, if that makes sense. So I would never get out of pocket and say shit that I don't know. You know what I mean? But this isn't why Disney Marvel sucks or any of that right now. They actually did some good things and some bad things with the whole Marvel Zombies run. But that spot at the end in the 4th episode where they let my guy Hulk go ape fucking shit. And it wasn't even ape shit crazy. It was just, for me, it was, this is what Hulk is supposed to be. Right? Because if you, we'll get around to it. We'll get around to it. Like, I don't want, yo, DJ, what's going on? Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not DJ. I saw the yo. That was my own yo. Yeah. So used to looking up and seeing, you know, my regulars. But yeah, bub. It's my guy did the damn fool. Like, the way he did A-Bomb was criminal. He didn't have to hit that man that hard. But yeah, this guy right here, this guy in the show, this guy is way beyond Heart of the Monster, Hulk, or and that's why I think a lot of people were pissed off at the ending, and rightfully so. You know, Wanda should have got clapped the second she was in the range of the Hulk, right? With the Infinities. So this version of the Hulk, right? He's not just with the Infinity Stones. The stones got shattered. So this is just a raw power contained inside. You talking about raw power times 6 plus raw power. Sticking that in Hulk. Like, come on, man. That's broken strong. That is absolutely busted. You know what I mean? I mean, that is.
And Hulk. Smash.
Just like that. That's the way your boy did A-Bomb. Just like that. Just. And he ain't take off. He just, you know, calmly stood there like, all right, yeah. Hey, yeah. Send one down the pipe. I mean, I don't want to go in too tough, but and what he did to the Asgardians was just criminal. That was criminal. And we ain't even gonna talk about what he did to Thor. Like, this dude is on another level altogether. And the sad thing is we have Infinity Ultron in the game and he sucks. But in the show, he was really, 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 really strong. And rightfully so. He's already a problem by himself. You give a being like that the Infinity Gauntlet, you give any being the Infinity Gauntlet, really, that can wield it, and you got a whole problem on your hands. But when you put it in the hands of somebody like Thanos, somebody like a Hulk, somebody like Ultron, you see what it does for Vision, just one stone. You know what I mean? Doctor Strange and the Time Stone, of course, that's kind of a movie-esque thing a little bit. Like, my understanding of the situation is it's sort of an MCU contrivance. I could be wrong, I could be mistaken, but I don't think Strange really ever had the Infinity Stone being inside of the Eye of Agamotto was, I don't think that was ever in the comics, but I could be wrong. Y'all definitely let me know, you know what I'm saying, if that's the case. Now, back to this whole thing. Far be it from me to, I'm never really the person to go, yeah, we need another uniform for a character that has so many uniforms, right? But in these terms, there have only ever been so many good uniforms in the game. If that makes sense, like most of them suck. Even for the characters that have a shitload of looks. There are only a handful full of characters that they've ever really gotten right. And even less so that they've gotten right every single time. You know what I mean? Sharon, I think, is like that. I think most of Luna's uniforms were good. It might have been a dud in there. Emma, they just started getting right. And she doesn't have a shitload of looks, to be honest. Captain America is a prime example of that. It took them a long time to get him right. It took them a long time to get Bucky right. It took them, and then they got Bucky right. And then with Infinity War back in the day with the introduction of Tier 3, and then they started screwing him up again. So and I think recently with his latest uniform, he's become another solid unit, although he really doesn't get talked about very much because when you don't move the needle, and that's something that I kind of hate about this game, I don't hate it about, I hate the community's approach. If that makes sense. We only really talk about those upper echelon, those 10 to 15 top dogs. You know what I mean? We don't really get into the characters that are still solid characters. You know what I mean? We don't give them enough shine, I think. And it's kind of a difficult spot, honestly. When you think about it, I mean, is it really that difficult for, say, a character like Blue Dragon that came out so many years ago to be better than, most of the other characters in the game because they haven't gotten Tier 4 yet? We're kind of in that weird space. So because all of the characters aren't on the same playing field, yeah, I know we got a lot of Tier 4s. I know a bunch of them are also duds as well, or are limited in use, right? Some of them are just lead support sort of situations. So they really don't get the shine that they should. At the same time, you get a Tier 4 Hawkeye that's just okay. You know what I mean? You get a Tier 4 Angel that's niche and sort of mischaracterized. He's actually a decent DPS. I should build him to Tier 4 and just, go down through there with him. Maybe that's what I'll do. Is take some of the lesser known Tier 4s and I don't know. So kind of a difficult spot. And you really don't want to talk about characters and have people invest in them thinking that they're good, and then you have, 4, 5, 6 better options at that same, everything matches except for maybe a tag or two. Like, oh, they have the leadership tag instead of or they have the command tag instead of the leadership tag, or they have, the agility tag instead of the strong tag. So yeah, you'll get variants there, but that's really, really niche. The things that matter are gonna be male, female, hero, villain, speed, universal combat, blast. And then beyond that, you're human, you're inhuman, not so much. The mutant tag sort of matters. So you'll have that variance, but that's still very limited, you know what I mean? Both in terms of available tier 4s and the strength of those available tier 4s. I mean, when you have Hope Summers at, level 70 Awakened, it can crank out a higher score in a major game mode than say Agent Venom or looking for a mutant equivalent. Female combat mutant. You know what I mean? That's a really niche sort of position. As a matter of fact, damn, is she the only one? Yeah. Huh. Interesting. I didn't realize that. But if I'm not mistaken, Hope Summers is the only female combat mutant in the game. I can't believe I didn't realize this earlier. Of course, there's no content that's that type specific or that covers that typing specifically, but still interesting. But we definitely need that version of Hulk in the game. Yes, we've had a lot of different uniforms for Incredible Hulk, and I mean a lot. He's one of those ones. But really, Immortal Hulk was really good for its day. Fear itself was really good for its day. Titan Hulk took him into PvE. Outside of that, the Thor Ragnarok for its day wasn't bad, but you're talking tier 2 days. These two here weren't very good at all. For Endgame. And the rest of them were really before my time to really speak on. but they couldn't have been very good by comparison, of course. And I think this uniform's been in the game long enough to where, yeah, Hulk is one of those characters that's so popular, they'll always get updates. Whereas, you know, you take a character like, I don't know, let's just throw something on the wall and see what sticks. You take a character like April Kincaid, a paywall character with only one uniform. You know, I mean, you can just go down the line and take your pick. Right? Now, some of these, like a Sandman or a Rhino, probably should have gotten updated by now, for sure. So there is that caveat, you know what I mean? It doesn't fall on, it's not lost on me, you know what I mean? So let's see here. Special Future Pass and Future Pass. Definitely got to do my rank battle for the day so I can pick up tier 4 mats. So let's go ahead and get that out the way. All right, we ain't gonna use the 2 just what we got to. It didn't have to reset it, so hopefully, yeah. Okay, so that's kind of a problem with Shang-Chi's kit that I did not notice. But if you get off, say you try to cast the 4 and then you backdoor it and you try to cast the 2, he stunned me right there, so that's not a good example. But say you cast the 4 and then you try to cast the 2, you're still gonna get that reset effect trigger, even if the skill is off cooldown. So that's something that you kind of have to be aware of. See how it reset there, but next time I cast the second skill, it's not going to reset it, and that's because that actually has a cooldown to reset the skill of a few seconds. So that's something that you kind of have to have in mind. Should be able to reset it now. Yeah, so if you just keep in mind, if you miss that window, and we'll go check out the specifics so I can show you what I mean. So this skill has a 33-second cooldown, so basically 16.5 seconds, and it's reset every time you use the second skill. Similar to how the tier 4 skill works for Doc Ock, but this itself, and I wish they would actually put that in there, but they don't. The second skill actually has a cooldown portion, but it's not reflected. Let's see, is it on his passive maybe? Okay, yeah, 50% chance when attacking, applies to self. No, this isn't anything about skill cooldown reset. Accumulates pure damage and 0.9 crit rate. Okay. Oh, here it is. It's on his 4-star passive. Activation rate when 10 ring staff is used. So it activates when you use the 10 ring staff. That's the second skill, and it resets skill for 10 ring. I can't pronounce that, but was it Qui-Gon Punch? And this thing has a 9-second cooldown. Now, because it's a passive, it's not affected by skill cooldown. So it's going to be the full 9 seconds. That basically means that this skill has a 10-second cooldown, not a 16.5-second cooldown. So pretty cool mechanic. I wish it had a little bit more of a 7 second or so you could use it every rotation instead of having to wait. But maybe it's designed to give you a little time to run around and that sort of thing. That would be more indicative of a damage proc type obelisk though, and I don't think that he's very proc friendly. But originally he was designed to be used in PvP anyway, so not so sure how they want him. You down for opening a Mythic Rift? Yeah, I'm cool with that. I don't have one to open. I can open a normal, so we can at least go in there and get the stuff. Okay, yeah, her damage accumulation is still on the 2. Wow. Oh, I actually didn't get hit. Cool. Oh, it was an iframe on the beginning of the 1. Okay. Nice. Oh, I got dizzy. Got my bell rung. All right. Two five. Close. I'd have got the damage accumulation off a little more consistently from the beginning and been doing 3, 4, 5. I definitely would have gotten it. Yeah, let me go make sure I don't have to manage any inventory stuff. And we can do the rift thing. And I got some more surprises for y'all, so in terms of this Incredible Hulk stuff, if you've seen it, then you know, but you know. Not done with the inventory stuff. That's about 40 slots, 720 essence. That's nice. All right. We'll hang off on that. Sell all of this stuff. So I'm really not interested. There we go. All right, I'll go ahead and open my normal one because I don't think, yeah, I'm nowhere near a mythic. I opened one yesterday. And we'll go ahead and get this out of the way, and then I can jump in your rift in a few. You know what I mean? I've really been sitting over here. I wish I had a damn coin to flip on which one of these I want to do first. But see, what is this? Oh, okay, that's that. I can leave that. That's not what that is, so I need to rename it. That is actually that works. Okay, that'll work. But man, if I tell you, it's two skills, if they do bring this guy into the game, that I would want them to bring over directly from that. Okay? And we're gonna do this just like this, but let's go ahead and kill the music. Man, my guy did this dude so dirty. It's not even funny. Yeah. What in the actual? He ain't had to hit that man that hard. That's not right, man. That is a true one shot. That is. That's what that is. That's Round of fucking applause right there. That's how hard he should have hit Thanos in the movie. See? He should have did that man just like that. Should have did that man just like that. I mean, no, let's get the music back going, but that right there, I needs all of that. I needs all of that. Now, one more time, folks. One more time. See the run up. See how you grill, you hollering, you screaming, you crunk, you this, you that, and that right there. That right there. The just stone cold. That all of that. I need the whole everything. That man one-shotted the whole crew. Well, not the whole crew, but look at that. Look at that. That is broken, man. You know what that remind me of? That reminds me. Let's just go back to the game right quick. Do you remember Lord of the Rings? The first one? Not this Amazon shit. The Peter Jackson trilogy, Lord of the Rings, Fellowship of the Ring, the intro, where Sauron was like laying waste to everything. That right there. That is between the second and the third rope, right where you're supposed to be all day long, slide. And that's why I say, as soon as I saw that first punch, I said, yeah, we gonna beat him. Really, when I seen Hulk just sitting there, I'm like, is this dude, can he move? Because the way that they kind of explained it, the role that he was playing there, he was basically keeping he was the Infinity Gauntlet. It was like he's not Banner anymore, he's not Hulk, he's Siphon. So, Siphon Hulk, whatever you want to call it. Infinity Hulk, you're basically containing the power of the See? We got to talk about that. Because it just dawned on me. If he's strong enough to basically contain the power of the Infinity Stones, it's no wonder in the comics Thanos didn't want to fuck with this dude. Or Odin, for that matter. Yeah, Hulk is just, he's on another level, bro. Personally, I think, than everybody else. I would love to see him and Sentry go toe to toe. Like, all bullshit aside. And pick your version of the Hulk, honestly. It's all the same. It's all the same. You can put all of these, Infinity Hulk, Quarter the Monster Hulk, Worldbreaker Hulk, Titan Hulk, Grimish Hulk, Hamburglar Hulk, whatever you want to call him. You know what you're gonna get? You know what you're gonna get? You're gonna get what he got. That's what you're gonna get. You're gonna get that right there. Every time we see this dude, he's doing some amazing shit when he's written right. So we definitely got to do better in terms of like, hey, and that's why a lot of people were pissed when God King Doom came to the game and he was less than what was expected. You can't just throw these, like, technically, right? Take Silver Surfer. This new Silver Surfer, this symbiote Silver Surfer, is not as strong as Silver Surfer Black in the comics. So, in terms of that, they got to do a lot better about when they release certain uniforms, because if you release, like, what are they top God King Doom with? That was his most powerful version. Like, that's the strongest we've seen him. So it's like, well, what do you top that with? Sort of situation. We still haven't seen Old Man Thor or any of this sort of stuff. So it'll be kind of interesting to see, you know, just how much they crank it up and really let folks smash. But if they drop this version of Hulk, it's like they shouldn't have a stronger version. Like, there should be like the pinnacle. You know what I mean? Yeah, you can re-release it. You can do some tweaking, whatever. But you only got so many looks, right? And that's also kind of where they do themselves a disservice by not doing as good a job as they can to touch on as many characters as they can without circling back to the mainstays as much. You know, I think if all of the Avengers, the X-Men that have, you know, Spidey, all of these sorts that have, you know, 6, 7+ uniforms, you know, sometimes 8, sometimes 10. If those characters had half as many uniforms, I think we'd be in a lot better state game-wise, because you would have had all of those uniforms go to other characters that may have been more deserved, that may have brought the characters into the meta, that may have made the characters usable and playable. Because there are certain characters that just are not, you can't do shit with them. You know, you'd be lucky to take them outside of Shadowland. And I remember doing my first Shadowland clear. I remember how difficult that was. And then you got some of those same characters that are still in the game that have, you know, the Warriors 3, the Lash, the Whiplashes, the Lincoln Campbells, the Caeciliuses, the Daisy Johnsons, the Deathlocks that have never gotten a uniform or maybe gotten one. and are so far out of it. Or even like Malekith, who's gotten a newer uniform, yeah, but still not very good. But at least they gave him a heal so he can survive in Shadowland. You know, you have those other characters that came later on that kind of came built with a heal, like Ares and these sorts, Morbius. You haven't gotten a uniform, but you kind of came in a good enough state in the game to where you have access to, you know, their shit. Ulik and, you know, Scorpion are worlds apart, right? In terms of playability, they're still trash. They're just one's less smelly. You know what I mean? And it would be nice to sort of, hey, this cat kind of got himself a little something, got a tier 4 and he became decent. You know, not top of the meta, not, you know, if they could just get out of this AC Shadowland needs rework category and we get more characters in this use. If you go, I'm looking at and I'm not gonna pull it up to show you guys, but I often use this off screen in my videos because it's a good tool. But the Cynic Alex tier list, because all of the characters are listed there and sort of, you know, I have my problems with it. You know, characters rank different according to use and roster and whatnot, but you know, it's a lot of fucking work that goes into doing something like this, and hats off. And at any rate, it's a useful sort of everything right there, one spot, one location to kind of look at. But I mean, there's a huge difference in between a character like Katie even and Misty Knight, you know what I mean? Even as old as he is, there's a huge difference in between, say, Hydro Man and I don't know, Ulysses Claw. Well, Claw's decent, but I think Hydro Man has a heal, Claw doesn't. Could be mistaken. I don't think Hydro Man does have a heal. Got way more AoE though, as a VPAD skill, as a summon that really isn't targetable but just constantly hits. And tracks pretty good, so so I don't know. I tend to look at the game a little bit different. I suppose I keep an eye on the garbage characters a little bit more than a lot of folks, because I wish they would get a little more love. You know, variety is the spice of life, right? And the more variety that we have in the game, the more that we can fill out this beyond and high meta class. If only by pushing more people into the useful class in such a way to kind of help balance that out. And the game and the devs do a better job of actually balancing the game. To let that variety flourish, you know what I mean? We'd be in a good, in a much better place. Who do I think the Epic Quest is gonna be for? Oh, that's a good one. That is a good one. They could always do an Inhumans Epic Quest. I know it's probably not the most popular thing. I don't think there are a lot of like powerful Inhumans that we haven't seen yet, so I don't know how they pull that off. They could do a Galactus Epic Quest. But if they do Galactus, who do you put in there? You know what I mean? You're gonna need new, fresh meat. We just got Shala Ball, and she's a Crystal Wall character. If they do Galactus, she's probably gonna be part of that. If they do it in the way that they did Rachel Summers, that would mean guaranteed. You know, say that she's not the Crystal Wall character, right? Because there's gonna be a separate Crystal Wall character. That's just off rip. And they kind of showed that they're willing to do this with the Goblin Queen Epic Quest. You could do the Heralds of Galactus. It would probably be another Herald like Terax or one of them guys. Or Frankie Ray or somebody. But that would also mean you would have to get whoever the 6,600, say it's Terax. That means you would have to get Terax at 6,000 crystals, and you would have to turn around and get Shala Ball for 5,500. Oh. Here we go with another 12,000 crystal Epic Quest. Which you got a 1,500 crystal rebate. And it really scares me too, because when I think about a few things, right? When I think about them discounting the Epic Quest recently, right? They just dropped this October 1st, 2025, 3:30 in the morning, okay? A couple days ago, about the discounts, right? And all of the content creators talked about it. We talked about it over here. Big deal. And they've been given a lot of savings, a lot of extra free crystals and whatnot, 10,000 crystal anniversary giveaway. But that would be a way for them to recoup a lot of those crystals that they gave out to every single player that at least wanted to participate in the Epic Quest. You know what I mean? And to them, giving away the 10,000 crystals really is nothing, because it's all in the effort to get you to spend more money in the game, right? When you think about it, it's not like they're offering, it's a game. You know what I mean? So, you know, that'll be a way for them to, I really don't want to say recoup losses, because the nature of it really isn't a loss. You know what I mean? That's kind of where my mind is with it. But yeah, they could definitely do something like that. It wouldn't surprise me one bit if they did, which is why I don't want a Galactus Epic Quest. It would be nice if they did a villain Epic Quest, like a villain team Epic Quest. That would be nice. They kind of sort of did it before, but it was tier 3 in a tier 4 world sort of situation or at the end of the life of tier 3 or something like that. No, it wasn't. It was the Moonstone Epic Quest. And she had legs for a little bit. But, you know, Dakin really wasn't that great. Took him a while to get a uniform. By the time he did, you know, tier 3 in a tier 4 world. They never came back and buffed Moonstone. Iron Patriot was good for Goblin, but really didn't do much. You know, Ares was decent for a new character, but he was forgotten in a week. You know what I mean? So like, if they're gonna, let me get the game back up. If they're going to do stuff like if they're gonna do stuff like those villain epic quests, or any situation where they drop, you know, they need to get out of let me reword this. They need to get out of situations where they have only one good character in an update. You know? Like, if there are 4 characters in the update, 3 of them should be bangers. You know what I mean? Now that can be 2 really good DPS and a support. That could be 2 really good supports and a DPS. You know what I mean? But it needs to be like, okay, this is good. It should never be a situation where people are looking at the update and they're going, the fuck is this? And I think that's kind of where we are in the game right now, as so many updates have been, and the community at large is kind of in a position where they're looking at the game and they're either playing on autopilot, have walked away from the game, have withdrawn a little bit, sort of like the position I'm in, where I really don't play as much. definitely not like I was. You know what I mean? Because it was some long stretch. I mean, years where I'm not missing. Gonna do every single thing every single day. So and I actually plan to push Shadowland this week, so I'm gonna come back and do a live stream tomorrow where we're pushing Shadowland again, because we'll be pushing Shadowland in this video. So I'm gonna be on for a while tonight. And revamp Galactus GBR. So that's the other thing, right? I would not want them to drop like another separate Galactus GBR. You know what I mean? At the same time, I don't want to make Silver Surfer inaccessible for newer players. Do you think they should drop a Silver Surfer uniform like the OG Surfer? Do you think they should drop a uniform for him, Norrin Radd, if they do a Galactus Epic Quest? That's a good question too. Oh, you know what? They could do like a revamp Galactus, like Epic Quest Plus, because think about it, there are not that many giant bosses in Marvel, right? But I would say this: if they did that, because it would feel cheap, and because they have not dropped a new Epic Quest in such a long time, or a new not Epic Quest, they did Goblin Queen, but because they haven't dropped a new giant boss raid in such a long time, what I would do actually is I would do a revamp Galactus GBR Plus mode and make it where you can get Silver Surfer's uniform from there, but you still unlock Silver Surfer from this one, right? At the same time, I would do a whole nother GBR with a whole different giant boss. That way, and not one that exists in the game. That way the community doesn't really feel cheated. Because if you just soup this guy, change his mechanics, chew him up, spit him out, and put him in a new GBR and call it Plus, so, hey, and we know they'll do it, right? We know that is not above them to do. You know what I mean? We know this. So, you know, that being the case, if that's the case, then, you know, we got to do something a little bit different. Now, I love the fact that Supergiant GBR, I love the fact that they have reused all of these guys here, so they're just not lost in the wind to us that have moved on from Ultimate, and we can still sort of You know what I mean? That's just feel good stuff. Nice. Hey, not worried about that. Okay. So no boost points. Go ahead and do this before I forget. So a couple of days and I'll be able to open another mythic rift. Let me go ahead and get my GBR out of the way. Let me know when you're ready for the Mythic Rift. Yeah, definitely. We can do it after this. Because I'm going to use my boost points right quick and then let them start refilling. Let's see, got a new 6-star artifact now considering tier 4 in him. Him who? Silver Surfer? That's nice. What does his artifact do anyway? It's like superhero, supervillain, something like that. He seems like the type. Oh goodness. Okay, I got a little fight in me. You finna pull off again though, because you probably got your tier 3 up. Oh, I get to pop off one more time. All right. What'd you stop attacking for? You think I didn't notice? Yeah, you can go ahead and open that mythic. Get out the way. Pick up that 2 million. And let's do this right quick too, whilst I'm at it. Nope. All right. Okay, you did open it already. I was wondering why it didn't pop up. Cool. Okay, I guess I should have looked at. I'm late. It's all good though. Only missed about a minute or so. So that's about a run-ish. Thanks for the riff, bro. Oh yeah, he's walking through this. See, with Fury and White Fox, Fury has the Liberation. Switched them out, and White Fox has the Insight. So, getting that overlap. Now what's wild is my CTP is not triggering. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, it is. It's just not showing. They took away the icon, or maybe it just doesn't show in this game mode. No, normally when the CTP triggers, it'll come up over the character portrait, whether it's a support CTP or if it's a DPS, so obviously it's going to be on your character type of CTP or defensive CTP. I'm like, what the hell happened to Fury? Did he get clapped? Came out and struck for Thor. Yeah, so the judgment is triggering, but I'm not seeing the portrait. So it's kind of my first clue that maybe the CTP is triggering. I'm just not seeing it. Or, you know, the buffs are possibly popping up. But the CTP portrait just isn't showing. But yeah, man, not too happy with the way that that fight ended. In Marvel Zombies, I will say that was some BS. You know, especially considering, like, yeah, Wanda hit him with some pull-up game, but just basically pulled up and touched him. And you know, if you saw what he did before all of that, it's like, nah, you ain't pulled up on this man and I got punched right in the mouth. Like A-Bomb thought he had himself something, and you saw what happened to him. So, yeah, maybe that's an update that's coming down the pipe somewhere down the line, is an, you know, Marvel Zombies Part 2. They definitely have the characters for it. I can see them expanding on that zombie roster side of things. Some more they kind of already have, so yeah. I could definitely see him doing a Zombie Wasp, Zombie Ant-Man, a Moon Knight Blade. Possibly a Zombie Thor with the Red Lightning. He may be one of the few characters in there that gets synergy or that has an opportunity for a synergy uniform. So interesting. Yeah, who else? Definitely Infinity Hulk, right? They've already done Zombie Wanda. They could cheer for Okoye and give her a zombie outfit. You could update Black Panther. Although he really didn't do very much. Like, you would have to go back to the What If. And the zombie, Marvel Zombies joint, kind of put them together. Come up with something for him, but he never really got zombied, you know, got bitten or anything like that. He never got zombified. He was never turned. Yeah, that's a better way to say it. But who else? Oh, and yeah, they're still going. So they could do a zombie season 2 and then, but we talked about this, that this could be an ongoing thing for them. They could do a zombie Icarus, right? Well, no, they sent Icarus to Earth, and I think he was the only Eternal there. And I think his mission was to keep Captain Marvel from leaving, because she's one of the few Avengers that can, unassisted, fly in space from planet to planet, thereby spreading the zombie infection to the rest of the universe. I suppose Thor falls into that too with the Bifrost. So, there goes that out the window, right? But will the Bifrost open for zombie Thor? Because I don't think that happened. Yeah, I don't think that happened. But what epic quest? Could they drop? What do y'all think? I would definitely be interested to know. I've given my sort of ideas. I don't know how you would do one for Annihilus. I think he would be more suited for that second GBR, honestly, or, even if they're only going to do one, I would rather it be him. And then if they want to do Galactus later, that'll be fine. Then it wouldn't feel so forced, although you lose out on the opportunity to unlock a uniform through a GBR, through a game mode. We haven't really seen that outside of that 30th anniversary Deadpool uniform, the white suit. And that really wasn't so much a game mode as much as it was, getting all the uniforms, mythic in them, and more of a quest than a game mode, you know what I mean? It's like, oh, you play these game modes to get all of these resources so you can do this and get that uniform. Which I still kind of want to do, just as a I got this sort of thing. Collector sort of thing. It's like, man, if you don't pass that 4th skill and that 7, a 7, then the 4, however you want to slice it. Get them going. Let's see, I think I did this once before, but it is a deep ass list. 381 to be exact. So I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. So this is Marvel.com, and I basically went there and I typed in Marvel teams, groups, squads. Basically Googled it, this popped up. A Hydra Epic Quest, while it would be good in some members we don't have in the game, and then other members kind of need to be updated, who's gonna be you know what I mean? It's like, well, who's the big bad in there? Who's the character that everybody's gonna want out of there? Okay, Star Force, not really. Because when you think Epic Quest, you think more so teams, right? Which is why Galactus and the Heralds of Galactus really come to mind, even though I don't think in here they're really classified as a team per se. Got 11 pages of this. Like, it's not a team that's gonna pop up here that says Heralds of Galactus. Oh, actually there is. All right, pretty cool. So you got Galactus, Airwalker, Fallen One, Firelord, Human Torch, Morg, and I guess this is just gonna list off everyone that has been a Herald of Galactus. You got Nova, Frankie Ray, Red Shift, Silver Surfer, Stardust, Terex, Nova, and Thor. I'm sure I think there have been more, but then this is Marvel.com, so why wouldn't they list everybody? Serving as captain of the Nova Corps. Okay, so he's pretty nice cat. So quite a few people that they could touch. We could get Frankie Ray, Terex, Stardust, possibly Airwalker and the Fallen One as new characters, and then they could give us a updated uniform for this guy, maybe even an updated uniform for this guy. possibly an updated uniform for Thor, maybe. Although that would kind of be a stretch. So that's kind of where we are on a Galactus scenario. Or Heralds of Galactus epic quest. Black Order, been there, done that. Council of Kangs, that would just be nuts. That would be nutty. Now this would be interesting, and they have this team listed twice, so we'll pull up this one and we'll see. But you have Cabal, and we do have Hood in the game, or Red Hood, or whatever. Should they even do another Doctor Doom uniform so soon, though? And then you got Green Goblin. They could take him back to his roots. That would actually be nice. Maybe getting an update for Loki would be nice. Going back to the OG Taskmaster, I think would be really interesting. Might be a little bit too soon for Emma, definitely. But Namor getting something, not opposed to that. Not opposed to that at all. I think that's a little, let's just say I prefer the other, let's see here. Where are they? There they go. The Cabal. So you got Namor the Submariner, Thanos Corvus Glaive, Maximus Black Swan, Proxima Midnight. A little bit different. A little bit different. I don't know. I think I prefer the first group better. And Big Hero 6. That's actually ridiculous. But the characters in it didn't look bad. Oh, and they got another Cabal here. Okay, so who is this? They've already done the Eternals. They could do a Celestials epic quest. Okay, yeah, I'm not doing all that. That's gonna be a lot of exposition. A bunch of different Fantastic Fours. I don't know. I'll see if I can find something interesting, and we'll get back. But back to the game. Because you're seeing all of these weird teams like Factor 3. And now Excalibur would be nice, but they're not going that far back. If anything, they do Geonosian Excalibur. Lord. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna do any one-offs really, unless it was like something major. I'm not sure if the Galactus thing was data mined either. I know they data mined the Marvel Zombies uniforms for Miles and then the Medusa update. Whatever they decide to do for her, because we don't know that she's going to be a zombie or not. I don't think she is. She wasn't in the Marvel Zombies 4-piece, so I don't think any of the Inhumans were. Of course, they could very well be on Attilan, so that would make sense. Oh, I can't believe I missed that. Hold up. Hold up. Now they could do any one of these that I'm about to show y'all. And I'm gonna leave actually that would kind of be a short epic quest, and they would have to add a few characters to it. But I still like the idea. This would probably be folks' least favorite. I'll throw this one in there on second joint. Here, we'll do this. Actually, you know what? I'll just leave it right here. Yeah. We'll do it like that. Yeah, that's cool. So, they could do either one of these Horsemen of the Apocalypse updates. I did see the Howling Commandos one too. That's actually cute. I don't think. But damn, Hellions Hellfire Club, they could do that. They could just straight up do a Hellfire Club. One, now that I think about it. But, you know, Horsemen of the Apocalypse, I don't think would be deep enough. So that's kind of why I would lean away from that one. But this Hellfire Club, you know, actually took my eye quite quickly. And you got quite a few members in here. Sebastian Shaw, Emma Frost, who we don't have Sebastian Shaw in the game. Yeah, Donald Pierce, Jason Wingard. We also don't have in the game, so it'd be pretty cool. Get some new villains. We could also get Selene in the game, so you know, pretty cool stuff there. And then the next one is gonna be Infinity Watch. Okay. Now this is the one that I was saying we have all of these characters in the game already. Star-Lord, Captain Marvel, Black Widow, Adam Warlock, Doctor Strange. They would have to add some more characters, at least 3 or 4, possibly even characters to this. That would make it where you would have to upgrade 8 different characters in order to get the big bad. One of them obviously being the Crystal Wall character. So yeah. And I don't think this is the OG Infinity Watch anyway. Because that's not who I expected to see when I clicked on that. So yeah. Moving along. The Inhumans, of course. Lesser, sort of, in terms of characters that you would want to see in there. There are a few new Inhumans they could drop in this thing, but I don't know of anyone or any of them that are more powerful than Black Bolt anyway. So, you know, there's kind of that. They could revamp it to make it a tier 4 thing where you can tier 4 a lot of these characters. They could give Moon Girl an update. We could get a Lockjaw in the game finally, in some capacity, if he's just part of like a uniform for Crystal or something like that. You know, it can do something for Karnak and Gorgon and all of those guys. So that would be nice. And then of course the one that I was saving to the end, I actually kind of got this in reverse, is the Shi'ar Imperial Guard. Now a lot of these guys outside of Gladiator we do not have in the game. And here's the interesting thing. If they make Gladiator part of this, then that would be 2 epic quests they can sell for the price of 1. So that's another way to go with it. And then that would cost, you know, almost 13 or over 13,000 crystals. But having to get 2 6,000 crystal characters and build this guy up. So, but, and he's the leader of the guard anyway. So who do you put in the thing that's gonna be more powerful than Gladiator? And the Imperial Guard is actually pretty freaking deep. I mean, look at all of these guys. G-Type, Glom, Flash, Fire, Fader. Some of these dudes got some pretty funky names. Electron, Hardball, that's Oracle. Oracle is actually pretty cool. She's a telepath. Manta, she's pretty cool too. Asar's pretty decent. You saw them in the old school 90s X-Men cartoon. Warstar would be pretty cool to have in the game. It's kind of like Rocket and Groot, but Tony Stark. Robot sort of situation. Actually, he's closer to Vision, really. And then Scintilla. So, yeah. That would be kind of going way back. So I don't think that that's something that they'd be willing to do, but you got a group of pretty powerful characters right here that you can really do something with. That's not to say nothing of this shaman dude that can grow and all of this stuff. So, and there's Oracle right there looking like an absolute beast. Manta over here. So pretty cool stuff. Pretty cool stuff. Anyways, now I got some ideas for them for some epic quests. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I got some ideas for them for some epic quests. For sure, for sure. I run out of energy. Good. Let's get rid of all of this. That's another 480, so definitely went over 1,000, which is nice. Why is that locked? All right, let me get my feathers and my shards and all of that out the way. Oh, that was very lovely. Yo, I'll take that too. All right. that good and cleaned up. Yeah, let's do that. Let's go ahead and open this while I'm at it. Okay, 4-star and a 5-star. Not bad, not bad. Yeah. I already have hers. So another 355. I will take it. Let's go ahead and jump in here. Oh, you don't want to do that. I just need somebody trash that can beat the stage. Yeah, that'll work. I do believe. Yes, sir. Oh yeah, line them up. See here. See if my guy Sandman can pull this off. Oh yeah. It's been a minute since I done seen my boy get out there like that. Combat type, that's all you want. Short list of tier 2s. Just saying, you love to see it. Let me see if I got Volstagg and I mean not Volstagg, Hogan can do this. All right, Warriors 3. Yeah, we can do something with the blast types. Got a few more of them. Maybe I can get away with it with this guy. Oh yeah, more than capable. What are we on, 24? Oh no, I got so many villains that I know that can do this. Gotta find a trash hero. This is second X-Men though. Yeah. Put the crystal out there. It's one of those 1 minute stages. Ooh. If she can corral them, she'll be all right. Here we go. I figured out a reason to use you. I know he can do pretty well for me. Keep you right in that poison. So, physical types. I don't know. We'll see if he's enough. I don't know if he's going to be enough. Oh, and this is about stage 2. With Dormammu out there, yeah. Maybe having some immunity to fire damage will kind of mitigate that a little bit. All right, Molten Man. All right, my guy. Universal villains, huh? We'll see if he can pull it off. Who you running up on? Hold on, let me regroup the troops. Yeah, that's all right here. Formidable team, huh? How about my got Toy Man right here. Toy Soldier. Running from. Oh, first half. Oh, goodness gracious. Gotta do it again. All right. Use heroes, use villain. Let's see, who do I have? Yeah, I got way more trash villains. I don't want to get rid of this guy. Should have used him way earlier. I held on to him too long. Yeah, I held on to him way too long. He's up here in stages where he just cannot compete now. We use my guy Morbius. He should be able to take him out. No problem. Combat type. We use my guy Ares. He should do okay here. Oh, wow. Definitely gotta lock her down and can't let her pull that shit off again. So if it was not for his healing factor, he definitely would have died. Let's see here. Unique ability, spider sense. Oh, everybody's level 70 now, huh? That's nice. Oh, what to do? All right. Don't let that awaken skill take care of them. What is this? Yeah, I'd much rather have us non-mutant characters for this stage. Interesting. So I just got to get up into this. I know he's way too strong for this, but we're going to do it anyway. Oh, we ain't one-shot it, so. Not very far off, 10 seconds. Phoenix Force. Definitely gonna be this guy, but I may have to go raise his level to do this now. Yeah, he's not high enough level. Ooh, definitely not. Okay. So let's go raise Kid Omega up. Oh, definitely CCF. you can do Sunspot. I'll go one more. Oh, I use these Joaquin Torres bios. Yeah. You know what? Why not? Get it out the way. There we go. Sure, why not? Yeah. Change the outcome of that fight real quick. I think it has to be somebody level 70. Let me see if I can pull this off with Kid Kaiju. So he'll be perfect for this if I can. He's one of those characters that does not have an awakened skill yet, I don't think. Just be about locking him down. Cancel that second skill too early there. Yeah, I can't get to chasing them all over the place. Already run him down again. Almost there. All right. Perfect. Stage 35 clear with Kid Kaiju. Now, we can just start running down the list. And we're not really token farming, we're pushing. So I'm trying to see how high I can get, so. Let's see here, lightning. Oh, lightning won't work, oh. Got me over here looking for shit. Let's see here. Suppose anybody tier 2 will do. Let's see if I can pull it off with this guy. Nice. Corral them. Combat tier 2s, huh? Yeah, we'll see. I think this, yeah, they just gonna pick them apart. He's just gonna be an extra Shadowland token at this point. That's if I can keep him alive. I kind of want a character out there that's going to hurry up and handle the business. Okay. Got my 2 tokens out of there. Not mad at that. Yeah, he's another one that should have gotten used a while ago. At least I can use him as a lead though. Really don't need it just yet for certain characters though. But I suppose I might as well use him now. So they don't get clapped up later? I don't know. Kind of torn because I'm still trying to push too. But realistically, certain characters aren't going to offer very much, like Daisy Johnson. HP Shield, I suppose. See if we can pull this off. Pretty sick if he could. Nice. Ew. This might actually work. Oh, it's not a relay. It's not the, what's the name? Okay. See you, Fandral. Nice. What a formidable team. I don't know, I'm kind of split between climbing and getting my tokens too, when I can. Rumble mode with Hulk. I am running out of combat center. Yeah, y'all think y'all slick. I haven't really had a lot of speed or universal That's interesting. Yeah, he is level 62, but it is Maximus. So let's go ahead and get him out of the way. If I can. Oh. There's not a whole lot I can do for him. Outside of maybe raising his potential some more. See if taking him to 64 helps. No, it's a waste of bios. I will do that and see if it helps. Whose summons are those? Keep these minions on your ass. That heal time to kick in. Yeah, he may not have enough time to kill Hulk. That'll be my worry. There's hope. I knew he was trying to blindside me. Yep, not enough time to kill. What else can I do to you, Maximus? Let's see, maybe giving you some ISO. Give you this partially awakened stuff. Be a 6-star. Suppose we can boost your attack a little bit. Ooh, did not mean to use that one though. Okay. So definitely help with his survivability. And attack. Yeah, so we'll do those 3. This one. And we'll do the attack ones. And we ain't gonna finish him off, but we will raise it a little bit just so, like I said, help with his survivability, help with his attack. Because he wasn't off by very much. That sort of takes him out of the dumps a little bit. Stuff can be so hit or miss. And when it misses, it is a lot of gold. That was 8 million right there. Okay, we actually got it, so that's pretty dope. Let's oh hell no. That shit's 8 fucking million. with this and see if it's enough. Fucking 8 million gold in the goddamn Maximus. And that obelisk working overtime, Chief. Yeah, them clones are not hitting hard enough. Hell, he ain't hitting hard enough. He is making better time though. Noticeably. Folks already out there. And all the other guys are gone, so we can focus, and we're over a minute, well over a minute. Still don't think it was worth it, but it is nice knowing that Maximus can go this high and be able to pull something off. So I suppose that's pretty cool. Nice. See, you'd love to see a Hellfire Club epic quest? Hell yeah. I mean, man, that shit would be nice, bro. Like, they don't really take into, like, I feel like they focus so much on the big names that, you know, they don't realize that it's a lot of folks that like a lot of these not so well known, not so big name sort of team ups. And it'll be a good way for them to introduce a lot of new characters with stuff that people would actually like. You know what I mean? Especially if they execute it. But I think they'll go the safe route like they always do and not do anything interesting, which is sad, really. I mean, every now and then they'll surprise us and they'll pull some shit out their ass, of course. And then we'll be like, what the hell? I just wish it was more frequent. You know what I mean? Clea, I suppose, is the one that I should have used a long time ago and didn't. We'll go ahead and use this guy. Actually, I might throw Clea out here with this guy if I lose, which I don't think that's gonna happen. Oh, they reflect energy and physical. Cute. Let me see if I can pull this off. Actually, this would be nice. If Elsa can pull out 43. I may have to, yeah, I'm gonna definitely have to switch the stage. They're too strong for her. Entry mode. That's what I got out of it on the first one. Another entry mode. Another damn entry mode. There we go, relay. They keep going after my blast and they're not going after speed types at all. So I'm gonna have to make a concerted effort whenever it's a hero type stage to use a speed type or villain. No, we're not in that territory yet. We are getting in the territory where we're running out of blast characters though. And I kind of don't like that. I should not let Blade turn loose. Damn it. Yeah, we ain't doing all that upgrading shit again because that's too expensive. The same damn relay mode, but floor 6, so should be a lot easier. You know what? Yeah, we'll re-roll it again. Yeah, speed villain. stage is this? 22? $35 boss mode. Means I have to take this on with a level 70 character also. Actually, let me see if I can pull this off with this guy. Oh, hell no. My guy's hitting for 500. Yeah. Not gonna happen. Does give me another Phoenix Force type, but then worried about running into mutants also. Let's do this. Thought about not using her because she still has the female tag. Go ahead and use Jubilee. Get out of there before she is useless. Asking for more blasts. Goodness. Asking for more villains. Goodness. And I know I have more heroes than villains in the game. Damn entry mode. What floor though? 20. Shitload of HP. You know what? If she can pull this off. Nice. I think the type disadvantage against Wolverine is going to hurt her if she gets caught slipping. See, claws come out. I'm like, wait a minute. Nice. And we down to our last 9. We haven't hit 50 yet, so definitely got to get something else. Okay, we can do Universal. I don't think we've touched on them very much either. Yeah, we got a shitload of tier 2 Universals left. Including a few that I should have used already. Let's yeah, that's too high for him. Let's throw this guy out there. With this guy for the reflect. And her for the leadership. I'm not sure what Slapstick is. He may be physical, he may be energy. I got straight rolled up and was like, wait a minute. out of here and finish this so we can get the token. The extra token anyway. Actually, surprised Singularity is holding their own this long. Speed type. Definitely got a few we can use. So let's go ahead and get, I guess, a Okoye out of the way. No. But he can still form a pretty formidable Warriors of the Sky triplet. That's the only reason why I don't use him. Let's do Cassie. Wait, this is a one-on-one fight. Let's do Okoye instead. Yeah. She doesn't have as much AoE, I don't think. She's got a lot of single target sort of stuff. Okay, so we got to 50. So let's go do some Otherworld battle. And I'm gonna let this run on auto right quick while I take a quick break and get caught up on the chat. Mighty insight on Wong now. Liberation might be coming for Weapon Hex already. Now that Wong is tier 4 CTP of Liberation. Okay. I wouldn't really view it like that. I would view it more so along the lines of how many characters does this particular person support, right? So I figure still, even folks have way more insights than they do Liberation. Liberation's just by virtue of Liberation being newer. So that being the case, you're gonna have more insights to go around. So those are gonna be more useful in niche roles, like for Dazzler or for Wong or for who else? You know, the more niche the role, the more likely I would put an insight, is what I'm trying to say. So for characters like Fury that buff heroes primarily, I would give them an insight. That's kind of why I made the switch, because yeah, there are a lot of characters with leadership tag, but then how many of them are strong? How many of them are meta? And when I started thinking about it in that light, I'm like, damn, I get way more use out of this insight, being on Fury than on White Fox, so I made the switch, if that makes sense. I think Wong kind of falls into that similarly because he only buffs magic types. And while that's a growing number of meta characters with that tag, I mean, you have magic literally in the name. You have Wanda that can be buffed by that. I think she has the magic tag. Doctor Strange is who you're going to primarily use them with. I think Doc Doom has the magic tag if you're interested in building him. He's pretty good for PvP, or PvE, I'm sorry. You know, a lot of people use him in PvP because of the revive. Like, he can very much tune it up. Outside of that, so you have Weapon Hex that has the magic tag. It's not really a laundry list though, by comparison of, say, heroes or villains. Mephisto has the magic tag, that makes sense. Mighty Liberation on Fury. Brilliant Insight on Dazzler. Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. Because you got, I mean, now if you have more insights to go around than you do, I mean, if you have more liberations to go around than you do insights, then, you know, that's kind of different. The only players that I see being in that position are newer players anyway. And if that's the case, you're probably not going to have as much to go around as, say, a vet. So, you know, make it work as best you can. But as far as all us wily vets out there, and y'all gonna hear some noise in the background because I'm getting up, moving around and stuff. I figure, why go on break when I got a wireless mic? Wife and kid asleep. I don't think she gonna get up cussing, so. Y'all heard me cut off the mic abruptly, then you know what's, I'm probably getting cussed at. What you doing? Make a drink. I really don't want to drink. I'm gonna make one anyway. Now, I had a small vodka earlier, so now all I need is a device where I can look at the chat while I'm up moving around. It's not all I need, but you know, it would help. It would help. A little vodka and juice. Little V with the Orenthal. No choco. Okay. Nice Victorah. Nice Victorah. Let's see what you're saying here. He had about 120 about 120 milligrams for the edible of the day. That's nice. That's nice. You must be out in Vegas. $120 of the edible variety. And that's pretty strong. Right there. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Hellfire Club. Well, so which Hellfire Club though? Hellions or straight up Hellfire Club? Because you got Wolfsbane, Magic, Cat's Eye, Magma. That would be a new character. Cypher, Cannonball, Sam Guthrie already, and Warpath. That'll be cool. That'll be a good reason for them to update Warpath. As you got the characters, the members list over here. That'll be a good reason for them to update Warpath, honestly. And then the OG Hellfire Club, they just have the base operations here. You actually have to scroll down and get into the meat of the conversation. But Sebastian Shaw, Tessa, but they're probably not going to do anything for it. Emma Frost, Donald Pierce, Jason Wingard are the main ones. And then later they added Celine, so and I see Shinobi Shaw. Oh, maybe that's what I need to look up. The Inner Circle. I forgot about that. That's just a cool ass name for a fucking group, bro. The Inner Circle. Damn, I thought they had a clickable thing in here. I don't know. I'll see what I can find. I'll see what I can find, and then I'll get this pulled back up. Oh, shit. We crashed again, but I'll get it pulled back up, guys, here in a second. Oh, that's where I saw it. Okay. Oh, they bet not just. They bet not do the intelligentsia. It's like, what in hell? Yeah, I know I'm, all for lesser name cats, but like, we gotta do ones that make sense. Anything with MODOK on the cover, you're losing. You're losing me, baby. It's like, what the hell? I wonder if we'll ever get Legion. I wonder if we'll ever get Legion. Would you T4 Maul if you scored the 6-star artifact? You know what? I went and got this uniform for Maul just because the freaking animations, bro, are like sometimes. Right? And I know he's not a strong character and all that, right? He is a good support. But sometimes they do so good with these fucking animations, bro. What the hell is this? That is fucking dope, bro. That's one of the most unique animations in the game. And it so fits Ebony. Puppet on a string. And then calls Doctor Strange down to handle the business on you while he's sitting there controlling you. Like, that is top notch, bro. They came up with some of the best animations for this guy. Did that put him back? And then the little puppet on the string thing that keeps happening throughout the fight. Whenever the debuffs kick in. That's dope. The tornado is cool and all. The summoning of the little meteor or whatever and then exploding in your face, that's cool and all as well. Not really nothing to speak of. The first is actually pretty fucking dope. I like how the lights come out and then they just extend into you. right? And that's 12 hits. That's not a small number for a first skill. You know what I mean? And then, of course, the tier 3 is just so freaking top notch, bro. Like, it don't get no better than that. Do the puppet on the string and then that thing, it's like, dude, what the hell? So, yeah, I thought they really went above and beyond with this guy. And then the name of the uniform, the General's Hand, like, so was happy for him to get, well, really out of this one, the whole Squidward thing. This one wasn't so bad, honestly, but this is a work of art. It really is. But we're gonna get back into some otherworld battle whilst charge the phone for a bit. Because like I said, we're gonna be and plan to be here for a while. So I'm gonna let y'all charge a bit. Don't take long, but run these for a few minutes. $10, 15 minutes or so. That'll give us probably 40, 50%, and we'll be ready to roll again. Jump back into some Shadowland. Go do World Balls, come back, do your thing. Actually, we might do all of that in the middle here and check the boost points and see where they are. We've done, started on 20, we're on 50, so we've done 30 stages. We can do 30 more. That would be great. That'll put us at 80. I'm not sure what my personal record is, though. I'm gonna have to go check. I know it's above 135. It's well above that because I already have that that CTP. What would be nice is if since you need 2 of them anyway, every time they come out with a new CTP, if they did a reset on Shadowland where you could get a chest, that would have been dope. Or the selector or whatever, what have you. And throw it in there. I don't think that would be a bad idea at all. But would I tier 4 Ebony if I had a 6-star artifact? I'm actually gonna have to look and see what his artifact does again, because I'm not sure. So I should have done that before I jumped in here, because that's really gonna see. Ebony has a lead and support, I do believe. Let's see here before we even look at the artifact, which I don't have, by the way. Okay, so applies to all allies, 40% and 35 to universal types. So that's kind of niche. It's good for World Boss, not so much anywhere else. Like, you really can't take advantage of it in ABXL. I don't think, because I don't think any of those bosses have a typing. You can use it in GBR, I do believe, because I think all of the GBRs are universal. But I don't know. I don't think they're tagged that. Like, I don't know. It may not work. Works in some niche PvP situations. 50% energy attack. I mean, it's really just for World Boss climbing. And then the Black Order allies. Here's the problem. And they really need to fix that, because the most important member of the Black Order, last I checked, doesn't have the Black Order tag. So that's kind of the problem. What other member of the Black Order is tier 4? So that's kind of where you run into the problem with that. Future proofing for when one of them gets a tier 4 and gets strong, hopefully. You know, depending on where your roster is not completely out of the question. But yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. If you're gonna tier 4 him just to be a good support, then yeah, but the artifact really isn't gonna make a difference. One way or the other. Like, until Black Swan gets a tier 4, or until they give Thanos the Black Order tag, or another member of the Black Order, which is a small group, you know, technically in game, counting Thanos, you got Black Dwarf, Proxima Midnight, Ebony Maw, Corvus Glaive, Supergiant. That's 5. Black Swan is 6. Thanos is 7. If you want to count Thane, that would be 8. Who else? So you're really talking about 8 characters that should have that tag, that kind of don't. If you want to throw Nebula and Gamora in there, maybe they get an older uniform or something and they give them that tag, or maybe they give them a new uniform and expand on the Black Order. Maybe they do a Black Order uniform collection. You know what I mean? There's certainly enough of them. When you think about it, people they could actually give that to, that it would make sense to do so. Especially from the perspective of making the most use out of these niche supports they keep dropping. Well, fine. Don't make it, 4, 5, 6 characters. Make it 8 or 10. The symbiotes are one of the best examples of that. Yeah, the symbiotes are one of the best examples of that. Because one, they don't mind making older symbiotes like Noah relevant with a new uniform, even though it took forever. They don't mind making other characters symbiotes like Venom, like Black Widow. You know what I mean? Like Malekith and all of that. They certainly don't mind doing that. So, and then they don't mind dropping new symbiotes in the game, like Toxin and Scream and all of these sorts, to go along with the Venom and Carnage. And so any sort of support for them, Agent Venom, Sleeper, is really gonna hit. You're gonna get a lot of use out of it in some way or capacity. And especially when, you think, well, nobody's using Scream, nobody's using Toxin, these sorts that are trapped in Awakened Hell or whatever. They could always eventually get a tier 4. They could always go Symbiotes Part 3. I mean, I say it all the time on this channel, at least. There's still a lot of year left. Well, actually, there kind of isn't. There's a lot left before they go on their break for Lunar New Year. And in the meantime, there's not a lot of MCU content for them to fall back on. But to their credit, you have 2 holiday updates coming. They pushed one update back by a week to prepare for the new Epic Quest. And they'll probably have a mid-month after the Epic Quest and maybe one more main update in the mid-month, which will be the seasonal uniforms, and then they'll go on hiatus. I think that's the time frame we're looking at, because I mean, there's, even with them pushing the update back a week, there's still 2 more months. You still got to do November. You still got to do December. And you can say, well, typically they don't do much in December. Yeah, but they always drop the seasonals, at least since they started doing so. So that's what I'm thinking. Main update, in the mid-month with the seasonals, then hiatus. And we'll see the next main update probably mid-January, and it probably will not have a mid-month, and then it'll be 2, maybe 3 weeks, and then we'll see another main update, and it may or may not have a mid-month. after the hiatus. But a lot remains to be seen. I mean, they've never, at least to my knowledge, I could be wrong about this, but I never recall them pushing an update back in this way. So, I mean, this could be a whole new scheduling thing, but they did say it was just for this. So it's like, you know, I really honestly don't know. Let's see. October welcome event. 9:30 to 10:10. Let me get some water. Yeah, 9:30 to 10:10. Let me pull this up so y'all can see what I'm talking about. There we go. 9:30 to 10:10. I'm gonna have to put that shit back on a hotkey. You got the hash challenges here to get the points. Well, this for the future pass. So the premium joint, and then yeah. So this is as normal. You also have the normal and the upgraded rewards that you can get from this, which is nice. You also have the crystal bonus mission going on right now. You also have character ranking event for Slapstick. Interesting. You can get tier 2 and tier 3 growth materials. They really need to upgrade that to tier 3 and tier 4 growth materials. Nobody really needs tier 2 growth materials. They're too easy to get from so many game modes. And you got the ranked battle event going on right now with Scarlet Witch and Shang-Chi. That's gonna be up here in a little bit. We need to do the other half of that. We did Shang-Chi earlier. We need to do, I think we may have done Scarlet Witch also. Got surprise adamantium gift chest going on right now, which is dope. A bunch of these are ending tomorrow. Got the gold special core, gold special store open. So I'm thinking about Cosmic Core. Then we got the October welcome event, update celebration 7-day check-in. This one is actually pretty fucking fly. Starts 10-1, ends 10-10, and they got tier 3 and tier 4 growth materials in here. It's only a smatterings, but the smatterings is nice. Got some boost points, some gold, some level 5 XP chips, some bios, so pretty damn spicy. Got the October update celebration. All world boss cost 50% discount. So if you got some world bosses that you need to unlock, I know I did one the other day. As far as that 10th level is concerned, for a character that you may not have or want to build or whatever, you can take care of that right now, and that is for every war boss. You got the custom gear growth support event going on. So yeah, this is where you throw a bunch of CTPs, and you can increase the chance of getting brilliant from 7 to 21% when you throw them all at there. But yeah, just something I figured I'd, you know, it's pretty regular standard stuff at this point, but that 7-day check-in is really, really good. I was looking at it earlier when I logged into the game and I was like, oh hell yeah. Y'all giving out tier 4 mats? That is dope. I mean, they need to do even more of that. You know what I mean? Tier 4 materials for free. Nothing like free. I've always said that's the problem when you matter of fact, let me do this. Here we go. Bring it down just a taste. So I can bring it up just a taste. There we go. Alright, so I've always said that yeah, it's better to get it for free than to have to drop out. I mean, that's part of the reason why I really don't, you know, dig on getting, I mean, I just stopped altogether with that what's the name? That's really because when I was using that tier 3 growth support shit, that $30 pack, that was mainly because I was unlocking paywall characters. And me getting a tier 3 out of that, which was popping at the time, but me getting a tier 3 or 2 out of that from doing that, was really just a happy coincidence, you know what I mean? As opposed to I'm doing this specifically to get the tier. No, I'm doing that because I need to unlock Carnage and all of these other cats that are locked behind this paywall. And that was the most efficient way to get them. I could do mutants, I could do humans. Didn't really matter. So it made the most sense for my roster. But as far as buying a pack just to take a character to tier 4, I've never really been for that, or the tier 3 when it was popping at the time. I've never really been for that at all. Not really my MO. Even content creating, because wound up creating unrealistic expectations. And that's why I've always been, more so to take my time, not really rush it. And just to illustrate, like, yeah, this is the way most cats is gonna play. Just saying. And also to illustrate to most cats on the flip side, like, hey, this is what I found to keep from getting burned out on the game, because that's also a very real thing. Low and slow, cheap crystal packs. Hey, amen. Amen. And I haven't bought one of them in a minute either. But that, like, I don't like gambling. You know what I mean? I'll do it, but I hate it. I don't do it in life. You know what I mean? Damn this game. I don't go to the casino and shit like that. I'll take my wife to the casino. She does that shit. I don't really fuck around. Never really been my thing. I sit around, watch her play the slots or whatever, and drink. Maybe play some blackjack. I've done that once or twice, but it ain't really my thing. And I know how to play blackjack. I know how to play poker, but no, if I'm gonna play, I'm playing for fun. I'm not playing for money like that. So, what I look like, goddamn me, pulling this motherfucking one-on-one bandit. Oh, Marvel Future Fight. Like, I do it for kicks on the stream sometimes. Hopefully get lucky, make some content out of it or something. But, I really try to stay away from that. I try to stay away from all the bad habits. And like, even in terms of the premium items, right? Because you gotta think about it. If you're a vet and playing such as the way I've been playing for a number of years, not really spending unless you absolutely have to, not gambling, like I wasn't gambling for P cards or none of that bullshit, right? I've done that. I did that on stream for one anniversary. I think it was like the 9-year anniversary or some shit. I gambled on stream. I got extremely lucky. And I think I got like a couple of P cards, got a couple of CTPs. I wound up getting like 2 Mighties and a Brilliant off of Forging, and from the CTPs that I pulled, and I wound up pulling a couple of P cards really quickly, right? And it's just regular chess pulls, not all of that fucking bingo shit, right? Just regular fucking, all right, cool. I went in there, I spent like maybe 1,200 crystals. I mean, I got them really fast. Like, it was like 2-3 pulls, whatever the cost of that is on discount. I think it's like 400 and something on discount per, or whatever. Like, it really wasn't that much. It was like 12 to 1,600 crystals, somewhere in that neighborhood. I made out like a fucking bandit. I called it right quick. I was like, oh, yep, I'm done. I'm done. Before I sit here and am looking crazy and going and doing the math and going, yeah, I spent, 6,000 crystals on 2 P cards and a smattering of CTPs. Now I spent 1,600 on the same thing and I'm okay. I think I went and re-rolled Cosmic Core a couple of times because that was running. Either that or I saved the crystals for the next time it came around, and because I remember doing it. That was like the quickest gambling session in the history of Marvel Future Fight ever caught on a live. Like, yep, I'm done. Yeah, we got 10,000 crystals. What you finna do with them? I'm finna sit on them. I mean, I suppose I could have went in for more P cards, more CTPs, all of this stuff, but the luck was so gravy. I was like, yeah, this is gonna end real bad if I keep going. I just had that gut feeling and I stuck with my gut. I came back the next day. I said, I'm gonna wait 24 hours. Came back the next day and I think I hit them for like one more premium type item. I don't know if it was a P card or a CTP. I forget which. Maybe 2. So I made out like a bandit that year, but every time I hit, I'd be like, yep, I'm good. Oh, I know what it was. It was a premium item out of the Dimension shop. I got lucky there. I was like, you know what? Let me go over here and check. And I forget what it was I got out of there, but I was like, yep. I be looking in the nooks and crannies. I be looking for that RNG. Hell you mean? Shit ain't always in the shop. That shop. Okay. There we go. Yeah, had a little bit of technical difficulty right there. My mic went dead, so gotta do a little bit of readjustment. Right quick. Trying to make sure I'm not picking up a bunch of echo. We'll do that instead. Yeah. Yeah, I think that works a little better. Cool. Cool, that works. And we'll bring that down just a little bit. Yeah, that worked. Okay. Had to get it good and adjusted. Might actually need to come down on that, but y'all let me know. Yeah, my other wireless mic had went dead, so I had to switch it up. I'll throw him on the charger here in a little bit after I pull my phone off with 40-something%. I'll pull him when it get to 50. Well, actually, I think I'll run 5 more fights and pull them. But yeah, man. Like I said, we need my guy in the damn game in that motherfucking suit, man. Infinity. Oh, what he did to the damn Asgardians. I mean, hold up. I got you. Check it out. My guy is whooping ass on an entirely another level. That's also why the ending didn't make sense. You just got through doing that to them and all them people. What do you mean you got snuck? You should have caught a whole bunch of these. You should have caught a whole bunch of them. A whole bunch of them. That right there. That right there. That's what you should have caught. And I want that move right there. We need that in the game. That just that part. Just that part right there. We need that in the game. That need to be the whole. That's a zombie survival special right there. That is a zombie survival special right there. Tell Captain Marvel and Icarus to bring their ass over there. They can catch some too. Usually the Abomination, Thor, the entire Asgardian folks, the entire Atlantean folks, except Namor, he already got dealt with. He did it all, no problem. I would like to see him at his full potential if he did not have to use his body to contain the energy of the Infinity Stones. Because that was part of the problem, I think, is what they're trying to say, or probably what they're gonna say. They haven't really said, but it makes sense. Because the stones were shattered, so there was nothing to contain all that energy. And he contained all of it for all 6 stones. And you still able to get in like that? That's ridiculous. I mean, there was a point. Well, when I'm gonna pull this up one more time, there was a point where when he punched A-Bomb, bro, he hit this man like it wasn't no tomorrow. Hold up, let me see here. There we go. Yeah, that right there. That part right there. See, that's some Broly type shit. You make it turn from night to day. Say, back to night. Man, say, you let him alone. Just. But yeah. How you gonna hit this man that hard? Because I watched it back and then making the thumbnail and all this stuff, and I paused it. I said, "God damn." This was after I already watched it, seen the scene and everything, like at full speed. And then I saw that moment, like when I just, God damn, how you hit this man like that? Why did you do it? Like, no, please don't. Say it ain't so. Whatever A-Bomb had for lunch got ejected immediately upon impact. Then he got clapped. That's what all that. That's what all of that smoke was. See, that was the ejection. See. Smelled like brimstone. Cause he knocked the hell out of you, baby. Oh shit. When your insides become your outsides. What did I say? 5 more, 6 battles ago or some shit? Let's do that. I'll pull you, put you on there, and damn it. Yeah. We can get on up out of here. Oh, 96. Hey. My sophomore year, goddammit. Sure, why not? We'll see. 46, close enough. Nobody else? All right. I figured he was gonna need a carry because he was taking forever. That here is itching. Okay. Can you connect, baby? Oh, the internet provider is on Jupiter, like. Let's try that again. You know what? We ain't gonna wait around. Let's rock and roll. Oh, yeah. All right. right. $19. That's one run. Boost points or no? Let's go ahead and get that. Let's go ahead and get that out the way. Let's rock and roll. All right. Goodness gracious. Okay, let's do this then. Wow. And we crash. In the second half of the fight, when it's about to be over with. Yeah, we'll use Storm. I don't know how much more interesting tier 4s there are left in the game. Like in terms of tier 4s that haven't come yet. Like, who else is left? You know what I mean? I'm sure there are a lot of stragglers here and there. But by and large, most of the big dogs are out the way. And Gore, all of them other tier 3 natives, of course. Kang. Okay. Somebody got caught up. Yep. And his whole team clapped up. Don't worry about it. I got you, bro. You still got it. Let me check and see, but I don't think. Yep, I'm good. Cool, cool, cool. Yeah, go ahead and handle your ass. Okay. The bullshit play didn't work. Let's go. Got a little bit too close. Are we all right? Hmm. Hmm. All right. Let's go. Hmm. Too stationary. Ooh. Ooh. I see you, Storm. Oh, yum. Yep, definitely gonna have to start building leads and supports. And I'm gonna have to think these teams out a little bit better also. I think this one will do all right. Slow and steady wins the race. Nice. Nice. Oh, stopped it. The bullshit. Oh, I got clapped. Didn't know where I was at. I was running with the damn beam. Oh, wow. It just started cutting up all of the damn sudden. I wasn't paying attention to the damn Black Order. Tier 4 saved me right there. Okay, now we back in business. Ooh, got sniped. Magneto. At least got old man Thanos out there. I'll give you that. Not alone, but wow. 62? I can't get breathed on. Yeah, and that's exactly what he did. Like, hold on. I'm sitting up here thinking, oh yeah, this team gonna do alright. If Jean hadn't have got folded, it would have. Maybe. Still wasn't too sure on the time. On your ass, even with the Black Order. At least on that first go round. The second go round, I'm gonna have to watch it. Nope. Oh. loses targeting on the switch, but you lose time. So goddamn Black Order. Wow. He is just intent on making sure Jean does not make it. So I'm gonna have to slow it down a little bit so I can watch for the attacks. Okay, pop off. I'm the bullshit. Got time for some, yep. Fucking shit. That one right there, I definitely need to switch. You just got to get off one more time with the... Got to get off one more time with the Black Order, huh? I'm good and well, old man Thanos should have been out here. Yep, breathe up. How are you, Pappy? Cool. 1 minute, 10 bars. I wasn't too sure about the time. Oh. Frick. 30 seconds, 5 bars with Magneto. "14 seconds, 3 bars. Let's go. Come on." I got clapped. Damn it. Damn it, man. So close. So freaking close. Let's try another squad. Ghost Rider should be able to handle this. Yeah. Hmm. Wow. Son of a bitch. Oh, the second part killed me? What happened to the fucking undead? Alright. Wow. That was my fault. I saw that and I hit that damn button anyway. goes the one. But careful now. Yeah, I just can't move. We just gonna keep going? Okay. Hmm. Keeps moving out of freaking range. Breaking my tier 4 combo. Alright. On 38, 15 bars. That poison. Joke. Hmm. On 1 minute, 10 bars. Let's go. Oh, you didn't trigger my undead passive before. Either that or I got it back. He moved away. Chump. Trying to run from this ass whooping. Come out. Right quickly. Official discount. 1,200 crystals. 1125. Same difference. excuse me. Let me turn this down so I can get through this. Because I'm not trying to be all day fighting Thanos. Yeah, so I sense a lot of tier 4 supports in my future. Yeah, go on and get that over with. I made a nice amount of life seed out of that. A decent amount of carbo. Nice bit of flying there, Zombie Strange. Mm-hmm. No life seed this time? Okay. But yeah, that's what I was talking about with the 7-day check-in event. They changed it, so now you get tier 4 materials in here now. So this is actually pretty damn dope. Loving it, loving it, loving it. Now if only we can get them to update the rest of this, and we'll be all right. I'm in the top 6%. Cool. I could probably push a lot higher if I just took them to level 72. Oh yeah, I do gotta do this one. Okay. 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 Yep, let's go at less. I'll try this one time with Shang-Chi and see if I can outdo myself this time. Wow. That's my window for 50,000. try restarting that. Let's try restarting that. That's what I mean about casting that second skill with the 4th off cooldown. Okay. New record? Nice. Hey, pushed up in the top 3%. All right, let's jump back into Shadowlands and pull a few more stages out of the hat. Running kind of skimpy on supervillain tier 2s. Flash units. Ice elements won't work. Cool. I just need a neutral type and stage. Speed, that's what I need. Now, where you going? Yeah, I should have enough time. As long as I don't get clapped. She is really avoiding that third hit. Or he is really avoiding that third hit. Because you know that's Clap City. Elsa pulled off that. We'll see what we can do with Misty Knight, but if not, I can always use her as a lead for Luna way later on. Actually, if I could keep them grouped, she wouldn't be doing bad. Got smacked up. Yeah, if she could have kept them grouped, she wouldn't have been doing bad. Of who's left? Yeah, definitely Cassie. Supervillains with unique mind resistance. Sounds like my guy, Big Baby. Yeah. See if Zemo pull this off. All right, Zemo. Yeah, he may be getting close to out of his weight class too. Or maybe not. Hit you with the flourish at the end. Who's next up? Actually, you know what? This is a one-on-one fight. She might actually be able to get this. Oh, type disadvantage. No wonder. Damn. Can't use any freaking speed type. Gotta use a blast. Thinking Campbell, maybe? This would be amazing. Watches ain't no joke. Yeah, I'm done thinking about it. Damn Yelena. And we're right back in the same position. So I'm gonna try to keep this pushing for as long as possible. Hero, so speed hero, of course. Let's go ahead and get Katie out the way. She doesn't have a uniform, this stuff. Ooh, one shot. They're like, no, stop, please stop hitting us with that one. Do not pull that motherfucker back. Just chill, ma'am. Madam, put the bow down. Okay. There we go. Oh, we run through all these speed characters. Actually, you know what? Let me use a combat. Question is who? U.S. agent? Throw the cannon fodder out there. All right. I think this is a good spot to call it. Your boy is getting a little bit on the sleepy side, and it is 3 in the morning. We've been going for 5 hours here, so we'll pick up tomorrow, doing some more Shadowland. He had knocked out 40 stages today. We started on 20. We're on 60. Stage 60. So I think that's a good spot to call it. And we'll make another 40 stage push tomorrow and get us to 100. And yeah. But anyway, what do y'all think about Incredible Hulk and all of that jazz? What do y'all think about the new Epic Quest coming to the game in a few weeks? Y'all sound off down in the comments as usual. And once again, it's been a pleasure hanging out with you guys, and we'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
strong and fake a smile until I look away. But I've known you too long, it hurts to watch your blue eyes fade to gray as you fade away. As you fade away.
Yeah, I'm about to fade away, cause every time I wake up I feel like it's Monday. Something's going wrong with all the chemicals up in my brain. All of a sudden I don't look at anything the same way. Gotta build up of my thoughts sitting in an ashtray. I'm sorry that I'm so inconvenient, okay. Just let me be me and I'll stay out of your way. I can see the way you look at me, I'm such a disgrace. I never really asked to be brought into